Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, whatever time it is, wherever you may be. I hope everybody's doing well today. Today is Casual Friday, and we're playing definitely vanilla and not anything strange Super Mario World today. Here we go. Okay, hopefully that should sound okay to you guys. If it doesn't, please let me know. This is definitely just normal Mario World. There's nothing weird about it. Raymond is a watch an episode sometimes energy going. Yeah, I feel the same way, Ness. I kind of liked it from time to time, but all the characters were so horrible to each other. Yeah, Robert is the best character. Also agreed. Raymond, oh Raymond. You guys can hear okay? Music, sound, balance is okay. Yeah, Brad Garrett. Brad Garrett is Robert. Sounds good, thank you guys. Oh no, is my controller not? Do I have to... Oh no, do I have to reset the emulator? Hang on. My controller wasn't responding. That's gonna change the audio, isn't it? There we go. Reset! This character is so good. Frank, yes, Frank is good too. He's also a naturally very, very funny person. Yeah, kinda whiny vibe, agreed. Alright. There's definitely... The music sounds exactly the same, and there's definitely nothing wrong. I got the phantom jump! Welcome, this is Dinosaur Land. In this land we find that Princess Peach has been kidnapped. Go get her back. Cheers 0, need to refill my meds. GG beated game, thank you. This is just normal. Hello. I'm not home at the moment. I'm off to rescue my friends that have been captured by Bowser and Yoshi. Have you guys noticed anything strange yet? Yeah. I had to accept that. One of the lines I remember real well was by Carrie when she was threatening Doug that he better not be lying. I don't mean that funny, oh my god, I'm gonna kill you. I mean, I will stop your heart. She was a good counter to Doug's like sweetness and kindness and stupidness. Music's more piano. Music's definitely off. I will say that. Oh, you said primo. This is the first time I'm playing this, so everything is new to me. This is the first time I'm seeing this. Is this MSU1 version? No. Pretty good so far. Oh. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, she was hilarious in Old School. Man, it's been a while since I've watched Old School. Pretty good so far. Oh. Okay, that's strange. You're my boy, Blue. What's up, Pool? Hope you're doing well today. Oh, I should have gotten the... Is it loud enough for you guys? Nice doll. Yeah, she's okay. I've turned really dark now, pouring rain, 12 out of 10 weather. Volume's okay. Gotta lurk for now. Let's see if Yump... I don't know if Yump is possible. Should be. Ah, I didn't get it. Have fun. Sure this isn't the MSU one? I'm sure. I'm not gonna say anything until somebody guesses what we're doing here. Yeah, I remember seeing that. I remember you posting that. It's also raining here for the first time in a month. Heat warning has been conquered. There you go. I'm ready to see what's going on with all this. I am too. Because again, this is, I mean, you guys, there are things you should be noticing if you're familiar with the game. Obviously, if you're like not super familiar. Oh, okay. Alright. Okay, this is... okay. This is interesting. Oh! Really? Okay. Yeah, the Koopa flew, which was also strange. Oh, there it is. Okay. This is very, very odd. Do I want to keep Yoshi? I don't think I do. I'll take this with me. What is... what? How do you not... what? Oh, this is so confusing. Oh, we can't speedrun this. Point of advice, the dotted blocks can be filled in by pressing the right switch palace. Have you found one yet? I have. Oh boy. Oh no. I'm glad I went to the switch palace, to be quite honest. I kind of still don't want Yoshi. Not yet. Where am I jumping? Okay, good. Oh, what? Oh, this is so bizarre. Press the LRR buttons to look ahead or behind Mario. Use this to look ahead for enemies. What is this? Oh no, none of that's good. I don't like it. What? Brilliant. What is this? Whoa! Whoa! When you touch a gold tape, you will be rewarded with star points. You will be rewarded star points. Get 100 points, and you will get a bonus game. I know how to read. I also do not know how to the tape. Physics be damned. I don't know if that was me or not. I'm still discovering everything. No runway takeoff. Press up on the control pad to cling onto the fence, enter the door at the end of this room by pressing up also. Okay. I think I have a cape. Where are they coming from? Okay. They can't even reach? What is this? Yoshi's friend was trapped in this castle by Iggy. To defeat him, throw him into the lava pool. Why do I have a cape? What was that? No! I'm so confused. Me too, Retro. Surely this will go how I want it. Oh, yeah, brilliant. Okay. Let's go. If nobody can guess it, I will tell you guys. Mario has defeated the demented Iggy Koopa of Castle Number 1 and rescued one of Yoshi's friends, who is still trapped in an egg. Now he sets out into the vast donut plains. What am I guessing exactly? Like, what is this? Why is everything strange and different? Oh god. Oh, this is so strange. Not bad. I was questioning whether I was even playing for a while. I'm definitely playing. Go here. Bad. If you're playing Duodoken. No idea what we're in for here, so... Oh, gosh. My fire! Give me that. I like how that sounds almost like Donkey Kong Country. I guess it would be Donkey Kong Country 2. Things look a little weird, and I noticed some differences, but I'm not really sure of anything else. Key! That was cool. I just wanted a cape. Oh, no! Like this concept of basically stock, but it's a little off. So that, yeah, there's a reason for that. Oh, I didn't want to come back in here. Oh, you know what? I guess I could have just done that stage too. What do you mean? Come on. Oh, they remembered. Lag. Yeah, there's a reason everything is a little off. Can we swim underneath without dying? We can. Whoa! Okay, that's way easier. I wish the real game was like that. Familiar with a lot of Romhacks, but not this one, and I haven't looked it up yet. I would just encourage, I would encourage guesses. We can go through this level. That does not work. Oh. Hello? Okay. What is this ROM hack called? I'll definitely tell you guys. I just don't want to, like, obviously I want to give the people credit for this. I'm kind of glad you guys, like, don't know it offhand. Should we ghost house? Let's get a backup cape and do the ghost house. And then come back. We won't go into Star World yet. I have no idea how this is gonna go. Whoa, hi. Oh, hello. Okay. That certainly makes things harder. What is this? What do you mean? What is this? There's no way. Are you kidding? Oops. That was my fault. Brilliant. I'm gonna die here. What is are you kidding me? Okay. I can get up here. I'm worried because I don't know what's gonna happen to me. The placement is different, everything is different. Oh, where did you come from? E. Music's interesting. Oh, I'm kind of stuck there. God darn it. Trying to figure out what we just freaking out about. Oh. If you know the game, been enjoying the crap out of SNW Romhacks these days. You can always feel free to post them in Gaming Jones, whatever you play, and really enjoy. Peach's Adventure. I think I know that one. Is that the one with the... Are you joking? This is so much tougher than the actual vanilla game. Is that the one with, like, the really wide, like, chunky-looking Peach sprite? Like, it's super cute. Yeah. Yeah, that one's a cool hack. Past 50% of my file, nice. Oh man, this is much harder than vanilla. What is this setup? Alright, one thing I can't do is immediately run to the right because that burned me last time. God darn it. There we go. Free. Been playing this now. And since it was unreleased, I noticed sound is off, kind of. Sound's definitely off. Music is definitely off. I really need capes for this. Because of how strange everything is. I don't even know where they put the other exit in that. That's gonna be really interesting to see. This is so strange. Why they... This part stinks, man. Alright, where is this going to be? Did someone just make this game from memory? There it is. Retro got it. This is Super Mario World made from memory. That's the name of the ROM hack. And that's exactly what it is. Is this what they think the exit is? No. What? Now what does this do? What do they think is going on here? Yep. Retro, you genius, you. This person's memory was an ass. I mean, it is such a cool concept. This is gonna get really funky in a while. Yeah, we're only in the beginning of the game, which I think is the easiest to remember, right? Where do they think the exit is? Here? Do they just think it's here? Where am I? What is this? Where am I? What? Now where am I? Oh, I'm back here. So what is this door? What does the right door do? Oh, wow, this is so bizarre. I have no idea where I am. Oh, now I've gone back to the beginning. Where do they think the exit is? I hate how they put this boo ring, dude. Is it something with this? Like, I'm so confused. There's no door here. There's nothing here. That's just gonna take me to Atomic Talisa. This is so weird. Based on the stairs, I think it's Ghost House in the P block. Do you think it's the other Ghost House? Yes, I absolutely think that. They've combined the two of them. It's the only thing I can do. The only thing I can think of is that they think it's this door. It takes me down. I get a P block here. But where do they think that goes? Oh, screw me. Do it twice because of the other ghost house? Oh, man. This is wild. My memory is great. I really don't know. There's something going on with that P-switch. Do they think something's up here? Alright, so let's try that, Gecko. Let's do it twice. And see if a vine takes me somewhere. Oh, this is so bizarre. I can't. This is so hard. This boo ring is impossible. No, stop! It's not funny. Grab the switch. Go out here. Yo, what's up, Daphne? Got a few minutes before work. How's the Mario going? It's very interesting. It's very interesting so far. This is Super Mario World made from memory. I hope you're doing well, man. Good to see you. So if we do this twice... Oh, for... Ugh. Son of a gun, that's not supposed to be there. It makes it so much harder when you're a speedrunner, man. No, it just brings me back. What do I do, man? I don't know where to go, what to do. Do they think something's going on with the spring? I'm at a loss. Does anybody have any suggestions? I can't take this it's not gonna work if I take it through the door. It's just gonna bring me without the switch, so... Do they think it's more to the right? Do I have to go back through the boo ring or something? There it is! They were way off! Holy! Oh my gosh. That was tough. Wow. Alright, we won't go to Star World. We won't take shortcuts. We'll figure this out. This would be fun to learn to speedrun. Oh, okay. Right off the bat. Oh god, the auto scrollers are gonna suck, aren't they? They did good with this track. This track sounds really good. Oh yeah, and all the music is made from memory as well. Which is why that all sounds off. What? Stop. Strange. Is this what they think is the... No? What? Well, that's not good. Going on here? What is this? Where's the secret? Where do they think the secret exit is? They didn't remember you getting squished, which is okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I am concerned about finding the secret exit in that one. Because the pipe I tried did not seem to work. Also, where is this? I'm just realizing, where is that secret exit going to take? Did they not put a secret exit in that stage? Curious. Is there even enough room on the map for it? For the secret exit? Yeah, you're noticing that too, right? There's something missing there. I am wondering if they forgot about it completely. Yep, no green switch palace. Nummies, thank you so much for the lurk. And the big stretch and the water break. I appreciate it. Green switch palace is the best one. I don't know where it is. I don't know where they put it. If they had to put it somewhere. Surely they know there's 4 switch palaces. I guess I didn't need 2 caves. I could have just grabbed one here. Oh, there we go. Okay, it was an orange pipe, and it was way over there. Okay, there is a secret exit. Okay. Here's what we'll do, ladies and gentlemen. We could do that too, I guess. All right. Doesn't that remind you of Donkey Kong? Oh, it's just there. It just appears. Thought I'd be able to hang out today, but I've got training and mostly video, so I can't really do both. Have a great run. Thanks, nummies. Hope you have a good time. Good luck with work. Although the level entrance was red. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Retro. They just kind of snuck it in there. What? Oh, right. Yeah, I guess they. That's fine. I don't care that much. See if we can get a yump here. Does that count? Ah. I got forward-facing Mario. That's a something. Alright, so this is the other ghost house, where you would have that, like, come back into the room twice kind of thing. So let's see what's going on here. So much longer. Nice. Okay. Free. Yeah, they did all the music from memory, which, as a musician, I can very much tell what is wrong. But it's still good. It's still good. Alright, let's try and get the secret exit. Wait. This is so funny. Oh yeah, look at that. Let's see. Oh no, that's just for the exit that I got. So they did remember how to do that, which is good. The secret exit I need to go up initially. I used speedrunning strats and confused myself. As someone that has played this before, I can tell when it sounds wrong also. I have the talent to make this and not just be discordant. Yeah, well, it's very true. Alright, let's see if I can get up there without getting... That's not good. Will this work? Yeah. No! No! Ah! Give me my cape. Give me my cape. Go away and give me my cape. What a gamer. Are there gonna be the one-ups, do you think? I was like ready to jump down. That's so funny. Hey, we're gonna see the bonus game. Some of the tunes are like you're on drugs and it's slightly off from normal world. Yeah, exactly. Okay, this is the same. I hope I don't soft lock. That reminded me of CSMW. We'll check out Top Secret. Yoshi. Feathers. Retro, thank you so much for the 100.
He hasn't delivered me from this. He hasn't engaged with a human. It is a nightmare. It is a nightmare. Is this real? It says, somebody help me.
Thank you so much, Retro, for the 100. I appreciate that. Top Secret looks good. I think that's maybe the easiest of the of all the stages. Alright, how is this gonna go? I'm a little afraid. I can't just speed run this. Ooh, baby. You know what, this music? You know, like, the... Where is everything? Have they never gone up here? Oh, that's incredible. This music kind of, like, reminds me of Super Mario Kart a little bit. Oh god, you know what I just realized we're gonna have to play Butter Bridge. What is going on with the map here? What is this? What is this? Do they never go? Do they never fly? They don't know what's above in the levels. There's just nothing up there. Alright, we've got Morton. Do you think they know about the secret? Okay, that's strange, but it works. Does this take me out where it's supposed to? It does. Ah! What is this? Oh, that's actually good. Probably can't get my way up there with the spring. Ooh, okay, interesting. Whoa! Where is this taking me? Okay. What? Wait, what? Oh. It's coming from the left. Oh, brilliant. Okay. What is this? Music be buzzing. We did it! That's 2 worlds. Mario has triumphed over Morton. With Castle number 2, the journey is starting to become more dangerous. Next, Mario ventures into the Vanilla Dome. What perils await him? Okay. Let's see. Oh, wow. Okay, can't fly. I'm afraid to do anything. E. Oh, this is so small. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. don't know if I'm gonna be able to cheat my way through this. I don't think I can gain enough speed there. What I can try to do is this. There we go. They gave me enough room there. Ah, where'd you come from? That's okay, we'll just go the other way. This is so strange. Go away. Why is this all the way over here? I didn't have enough there? What is that? Cruising on through. We're trying. Now I gotta do the regular exit here. Wonder what World 7's gonna look like. Good question. Oh, this is so bizarre. That's a one-off. Okay. App. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected to happen. Unsure if they would have put the cape in there or not. I wonder if wings work. To be honest, I don't even remember if I know how to do it. I don't know if I remember how to do it, rather. But I am very curious. Yeah, how... I would need... Okay. It looks... I don't know, it looks too tight. We'll just go. I'm not gonna fool around with that. interesting invincibility theme. I like it. Yes, they did the music for Memory too. Some of it's very, very accurate. Some of it's super good. All right. Do you think I can clip? Do you think there's even a place to clip? Wait, what? I guess that answers that question. Okay. I'm just gonna leave everything. There. Okay. How did I know they were gonna miss that? Okay. Oh no, they did. Okay. You could access it from either side. I thought they were gonna close off one of the sides there. Alright, can I get a yump? What do you think? I can't. There we go. I went way too fast. You can get a yamp? Seems like it's too tight. It seems too tight to fly. What's up, Pickle? I can't get him to fly. No! I know. Relax. I'm trying to entertain here. I cannot get him to fly there. I'm 0 for 3. Hello? There we go. Tight timer on this level, yeah. Where is this gonna take me? Okay. Get up there. Oh, I don't have to. Oh, this is not too bad. Chuck. 6. I'm gonna run a prediction. prediction up for you guys. What's happening here? I just hang on. Use. I'm a believer. I'm a little afraid of what they put. And I'm dead. It's gonna believe, but I can't go against the payout odds. We'll see how they change. Piece of hair on you, man. We'll see what this level actually looks like. I really don't like how they do their boo rings. They're not very friendly. This. What is this? I need you to come here. Why didn't he jump? Ah! Man, this is so rough. Your ghost houses are gonna be probably the toughest things we have to go through, I think. Okay. Murderous boo ring placements, yeah. They're super unfriendly. Okay, here we go. Oh, okay. Are you kidding? The lunch break in. Don't miss the yump on my behalf. I will do my best, Retro. Oh wait, I see what you're saying. Oh. No sound. Sound overload? What is going on? What is with these piranha plants? Enjoy your lunch, Retro. Son of a... Why did I do that? I don't trust anything in this. I'm not sure where anything's gonna be placed, so... Everything's just slightly off. from what I'm used to. Recall it in Nintendo Power. I'll take that. I am a little afraid of what's going on here, I'll be very honest. Uh-oh. First try. I'll take that. Take my feather back, too. Yo, what's up, Health? I'm glad you're here. Thanks for the good luck. Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday. Huh. Okay, well, I don't need that. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Well, that's good news, I guess. What is this? How long is this level? Did they just make the world's longest level here? Oh my god. Finally. How's the Romhack so far? It is very interesting. I'm hanging in there, thank you, Health. How about yourself? Bonus! Hog! I disagree with the 1 star. I disagree! Okay. Easy baby flower? I'll take it. Tired thanks to moving things at work outside, but otherwise okay. I'm glad you're okay. Is this Vanilla Dome 4? Yeah, we're... So this is... I don't know if I want to tell you what's going on here. Since you weren't here, maybe I'll allow you to try and figure it out for yourself. Okay, let's see. How are they gonna screw me here? That's not too bad, actually. That's bad, though. Alright, we'll try and do it the traditional way instead of trying to speedrun this. I will take that, however. Off to work, enjoy stream. Good luck with work. Daft, I hope you have a good day. Thank you so much for stopping in. Appreciate you. Really? Okay, then. Is one of these going to... Yeah. Stop, jerk. Now, how are you going... Brilliant. What do you expect? Alright. Forget that. It's over there? What is this? Move. No, you can't appear there! What do you mean? That's exactly what it is, Health, yeah. That's exactly it. There we go, I'll take that. What we'll do... It's not exactly what I wanted to do. You gotta leave me alone, what do you mean? Oh, come on. Remember hearing about it, seems like it would mess your mind if you know the game inside out. At the very least, I would suggest you to play, like, the NSW route and see what you think of it, Elf. But you're familiar with the game overall. Oh my gosh, this is so brutal. I wonder if I can manage this. I don't know how. This is too tough. Let's just move on. They did not make that easy. Yikes. I'll take it, whatever, that's fine. Don't appear there! What? Is that gonna... Hello? That's all I get? Surely that doesn't go all the way down, right? Okay. Interesting. Interesting choice. Okay. Can't wait to see Star World 3. You know what I'll do is I'll move this over. I will say that Top Secret was very accurate, Hell. I'll take that. I'll take that. Oh, how is this gonna screw me, though? Kinda something like that. Oh, come on. And I'm dead. Really a thwimp. You've gotta be joking. It's gonna appear up there, so... Stop, I need you to come over here. There we go. Probably could have made that. You've gotta be joking. No, I'm in danger. No! We did it! We did it. Alright, while this goes, I'm actually going to take a short bathroom break. 1 sec. Alright. Music being slightly off is killing me. Music is something else for sure. Kind of like a remix. A no-name remix. Lemmy Koopa of Castle Number 3 has met his untimely end at the hands of Mario, who now continues his search. Have you found the green and red switches yet? I have. Thank you for asking. I think Cheesebridge might be a bit of a disaster. We'll see. Should be interesting at the least. That was almost really bad. Jeez! That almost took me straight down the hall. This is still store brand. CSMW is bootleg. Oh, nice. Okay. Let's see what's... I'm afraid. I don't know how they think this level goes. So I'm a bit afraid. What? Are you absolutely kidding me? I guess I can just take a death there. That's interesting. Was there was a midway, right? Yeah, okay. Swings. I have not finished this yet, so I can't do that. Alright, best we can do is just get the regular exit here. Just have to remember the pattern. That's not it. How? I'm sorry, but how am I meant to do that? There's no platform there. Let's come back to that in a moment. That's interesting. That is really interesting. Yo, what's up, Oshlin? Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Thank you for the good luck. There's a lot going on here. That, thank you. Let's get a dragon coin for fun. Should have done Lunar Dragon. Can you imagine trying to do Lunar Dragon on this blind? Wondering if they even included everything. Yoshi! What a gamer. God gaming. Alright. Let's head back and attempt to find out what's going on here. If I... This is so strange. I have a... This is very, very strange. I don't know... This is... Yo, Chunk!
My brain hurts with this music.
Mine too, buddy. Thank you so much for the 7 months, dude. Thanks for the Prime. Really appreciate that. We'll leave that. It's fine. Don't let that happen again. If we do wings, it's just gonna take us out of the level, right? Surely they don't... That does not count as the exit for the secret. Yeah, okay, that's what I figured. But now we've got Yoshi. We've got Blue Yoshi. And... There's not, like... I don't know if there's anything I can do with Blue Yoshi, to be completely honest. Because I didn't even see any Koopas in this level. Huh. Alright, let's figure out what's going on here. I can't even take Yoshi with me, in fact. How do they want me to do this? I hope you're doing well, Chunk. I don't remember if I said that. It doesn't... Yeah, so, using the wings give you regular exit. That's standard. That's what it's like in the regular game. Can I... It is gonna do that. Okay, so I need to, like, take off from there, descend, and then reascend. Oh, that is gonna be tough. That is gonna be really, really tough. Yeah, you gotta fly. Yeah, so that's what I just tried. I tried to fly over it, hoping they kind of forgot. I can't hear Mario flying at all. Gaming! We did it. It looks really close to vanilla. So it's Super Mario World made from memory, Chunk. Didn't even think if it was allowed to help our hand. Oh no, it's fine. It's Super Mario World. I mean, I'm incredibly familiar with the game, so it's just a matter of figuring out what they were thinking when they created this. It's getting past that. So it's a ROM hack, Chunk, and the people who made it just remade Super Mario World but completely from their own memory, not looking at any of the levels or anything. So they're all, like, pretty close, but also pretty off. Oh, shoot. Yeah, you know what? Actually, I'll post the link to the ROM in the chat. Give me 1 sec here. Okay, so that is taking me to the right place. This should be it. Yeah, that's exactly right, Junk. It's like, yeah. Wait, so we were talking about the phrase uncanny valley health. Like, would this kind of be? Is this kind of like uncanny valley Mario? Does that work in that sense? Oh, what am I doing? AI generated as a... That would be cool. Alright, so what we're gonna do is do the rest of Butter Bridge area. I'm actually gonna grab a couple capes really quick. Associate uncanny valley specifically with real things like people or places. Oh, I see. Okay. I see. Did they just make it wide? It's a little wide. It's a little bit wide. Alright, here we go. Surely I can just fly over this, right? With no issues? Actually, it's kind of amazing health, before you got here. It seems like... Hello? It seems like the people who... Hello? I guess I can't tell you what I was thinking. Hello? Mario, what are you doing? It seems like the people who made this hack did not really ever fly in SMW because everything in the sky is missing. Like, everything. It's really weird. Thanks, Gecko. Yeah, there were several of them. Can I fly over this? Oh yeah, I've got enough length here. I think in this case, Uncanny Valley would apply to Mario in this world, and then by extension, the player to a lesser extent. Okay. Yeah, we were talking about that phrase. Like, I've heard it a lot in recent days, and I didn't really understand this. That's weird. I didn't really understand what it meant. Yeah, familiar but not, and that's kind of the gist that I got when people were explaining to me. Alright, fort. Already, I'm completely thrown off here. This is not anything like... What is going... Can you move? What is this fort? They didn't play the fort very much, I don't think. Go away. What is this? Where do they think I am right now? What is this? Oh, this is wild. This isn't even close. This is like a brand new level. What is that? I'm already at Resner, okay. Jerk. No! No, I'm getting bounced! Oh, you son of a gun! I bounced everywhere there. What do we got here? Surely that's a mushroom. I don't think they ever played this level. I think they played it like one time and then that was the extent of it. Should we investigate? A geckoism where I combine about 3 or 4 different concepts into one thing. The music doesn't help. Okay. Anything up here? What is this? Like, I know there are... This is just strange. Should have waited a little bit. Music was like a punk rock cover of the Fortress theme. I only know how to do Reznor fast. Reset. Curse my speedrunning mentality. This is such a strange fort. Like, this is... So far, I think this might be the weirdest level. Well... I don't know, Vanilla Dome as a whole was pretty strange too. I'm dead. This is so confusing. Actually, it was quite easier to go up, wasn't it? Oh no, that was... Oh, okay. I see. Took me out there. I guess when I got here, you went Vanilla to 3, which is like 3 times long. Yeah, it was super long. It was really, really, like, interestingly long. Here we go. Are you guys ready? Everybody's favorite level. I can't wait to see how many times... What? How many times we fit... Oh, no. What is going on? I already hate this so much. I barely made that. What is this? If there's one level I could probably make from memory, it might be Butter Bridge. What a gamer? No, what? What is that? That absolutely does not belong. Where is it? Why is there a Chuck? Why is there a platform like what do you think Butter Bridge is? I am blown away by this. What is this level? Is there one up here? No. What did they think Butter Bridge was? Oh my gosh. Ah. Where am I? No! This is rough. This is not what I was expecting at all. This really isn't that close. It's just got some of the elements. Alright, I gotta remember about that disco shell there. Where is it? Ooh! My gosh, oh man. There's so much wrong here, I can't even... Oh! I can't even, like, fathom what's happening to me in these moments. Oh, thank you, Gecko, for the clip. I really thought I was gonna get through it first shot there, but... We didn't get very lucky. There we go, now we're talking. What? This is the most confusing butter bridge I've ever played in my life. My hands, right, are so sweaty right now. I'm dead serious, like, I don't think I sweat this much in a speed run. There was no one-up. Yo, what's up, Future? Given my memory of SMW, this is roughly 99% more stuff than I could put in. Why is the yellow block section so small? Very good question. Alright, can I get a cape? My hands are sweating so much from that. Oh, they remembered to put stuff in the sky. Hey, some sky stuff. Been lurking? Thank you, Future. I appreciate that. Hope you have a decent day at work, despite the busyness. Those Koopas are way too high. Man. I can't... My hands were sweating so much from that butter bridge. Alright, let's check out Ludwig here. Oddly enough, this was a stranger idea of flight to me than a raccoon tail. What's up, Teal? Hope you're doing well, man. Good to see you. Wah! They don't even give me the free mushroom. I can't. Why is it here? Alright, let's just wait. What do you mean? There's two? Go, 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 go. No. What is that? All right. Oh, wow. Okay. What is this? Wow, this is so bizarre. I hated that. Can I get the phase skip at least? No. I don't know if that was a me problem or a game problem. Why are you all the way over there? Good time for a flying belly flop. We did it, guys. We beat Ludwig. First try, too. There's no way. I can't do Roy Fly, because I don't know what's going to happen. Ludwig on Koopa. Koopa's days of composing Koopa symphonies in Castle Number 4 are over. Now Mario travels to the Forest of Illusion. Will he be able to find a path through the forest? I don't know. I don't know if he will be. We'll certainly find out. What is that? Is that where Yoshi is? Is Yoshi here? No. I need Yoshi. There he is. Wait, where is he? Is he there? Where's Yoshi? What is this? Midway? Okay. Yoshi? Where's Yoshi? Yoshi? Did they forget Yoshi? I need Yoshi! What is... Are you kidding? Why is that there? To go this way? They want me to do it like this? They knew it existed in part of the level, they just didn't know which part. Yeah, how can I clip without Yoshi? This level's so dank. Roy Fly is better than a dozen Potaboos. Okay, great, excellent. Alright. Go away. I don't want you. Man, okay, they're making this very much not easy on me. Yeah, let's go. Okay, so where do they... okay, that's interesting. I don't know where... I don't know where Yoshi is. I guess they didn't know that Yoshi was in this level. They knew the Hammer Brother was in the level. Who could forget Yoshi? I know, right? I'm gonna come back to that, because I want to see what's going on there. And if Yoshi exists somewhere nearby, which he does in another level. Maybe they remembered him. Try for something. that count? Let's find out. Don't know if that counts or not. Okay. Weird. This is like saying that as long as you have a cape, all you need to do is twerk to sustain flight. Oops. I meant to pound there. No. No. What, really? And I'm dead! Ah! Okay, that's where... Oh, how do they... What? What is... Okay, Am I meant to get up there? Or did they forget? Do they think it's somewhere else? Do I have to try every pipe now? It's just for the dragon coin. Okay. Alright, do I need a cape? What is going on here? This is interesting. Oh, I guess I could have gone and gotten the midway at FOI 1. I didn't even think of that. I'm really not certain what they think is happening in this level. Okay, here. Okay. They remembered. It's just very, very strange. What? Okay, then. Okay, neat. Brilliant. That was a level. Why is it so fast? Why is it so fast? I'm dead. Why is it so Oh my god. That was a bit monka. Oh, okay. Very interesting. Backwards Mario. I want to go into this level with Yoshi. And I guess he's just not in FOI 1. I'm gonna do a bit of backtracking here. Bone Zone D. That's so funny. I didn't see all of it, but why was that forward so fast? It made my hands sweat again, man. It was flying. I can't believe I got through it first try. Alright, here goes. Let's see what happens. I don't know. Oh no! Look where it is! You think I can make it? That's gonna be like impossible. I wonder I wonder if it's like an actual possibility. No, I screwed up. I'm gonna waste all my time doing this and then run out of time. Good, there's a fish there. That was pretty close. Look at the distance on this thing, man. I'm really wondering if you could clip in there. Oh, that was so close! Oh, come on, man. I'm gonna waste all my time because these urchins take forever. No! That's gonna hurt. Yep. Yeah, there goes all my time. Oh yeah, I could. Yeah, you're right, Health. I could have killed the urchin with a block. Shoot. I didn't even think of that. Huh. Night night. Some of those look very close. I'm willing to try a second time. Aww. I can't get Yoshi here. Oh my god, that's so annoying. We'll do it one more time and then after that we'll just give up. I'll kill the urchin. We'll have like a million tries. I'll just get a 2 feathers. Oh, why am I going here? 2 feathers in Yoshi. Brain can't take the overworld map. It's backwards. So the only bad thing, if it were programmed the exact same way that SFW is is that I have to drop Yoshi for the block. But honestly, I'm not really concerned about that because I'm mostly just trying to get the clip to see if it can be done. But I'll likely get clipped out. Save state. It's okay. Once I'm done with this, then I'm done trying. Too early. Late. Oh my goodness, who is this guy? Let's go. That is incredible. Where's the secret? Oh, is it right here? There it is. Wow. Can somebody clip that for me? Clip the clip. Alright, Blue Switch Palace, here we go. I can't believe I got that, man. Excuse me? Why is it so much harder to do? First of all, why is it so lengthy? We got the Yump! The Believers! Oh my gosh. What's going on right now? Yeah, what up, Sabonis? Hope you're doing well, man. Good to see you. Yo, thank you, Chunk, for the clip. I appreciate that. Let's see what this level actually looks like. That was really fun. I can't believe I got that. Now I kind of want to go back and do it again. What is this? What? How did that hit? Gimme. Gimme, 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 gimme! Gecko, thank you for the clip as well. Thanks, guys. I'll take that. This isn't correct at all. It's got the right amount of lag though. Is this the end? Oh. Did we make it? Nice. 19. Oh man, this is wild stuff. Alright, that's Forest of Illusion. Oh no, wait. Not quite. What is this? Alright, 2 more exits. Okay, nice and short. I'm interested to see how this map is connecting. Oh? Okay. Not too bad. Yo, what up, Panny? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Ah! Silver pipe, okay. Why is that there? Yeah, come here. Interesting. Is this regular Super Mario World? It is, it's Super Mario World made from memory. So the people who made this made it. Why is that there, the Romhack? Yeah, the people who made it made the entire game from their memory, which is really cool, but also very confusing. I can't do Roy Fly. I cannot do Roy Fly. It's not possible. I don't know what's going to happen. Now, how did they come up with the pattern? Oh, this is excellent. Oh, this is wonderful! Wonder if they played it right before they made it. I'd be making up a lot of stuff. Alright, I guess maybe I can try for a Roy Fly, but I can guarantee you it will not work. I don't know when I'm going to have to avoid the Potaboos or anything. I'll see what I can do. Yep, yeah, it's not going to work. Not with that attitude. Not with that Potaboo pattern. God, this is brutal. What is this? What castle do you think I'm in? Are you joking? Oh no. This is gonna be the worst. What's gonna be worse, this or Wendy's? I don't have any in-laws. Sir, this is a Wendy's restaurant. Well, then I'll have a baked potato. Dude, this is crazy. This is gonna take me so many tries. This is nuts. I can't even pick up the power up. I think this is going to be like the worst level that we have to deal with. But we'll see. Maybe it gets worse. This is crazy! Nobody playtested this. Nobody playtested this. They're like, yep, this is fine. Everything we did was perfectly fine. Oh my god. My wife's sister's husband, he likes me way more than I like him. You need a gauge of how much. I don't like him, but he likes me, that's how much. I don't know what to do here. This is so brutal. I literally can't fly because even if I was to clear that first area, then you're stuck between two very close layers of spikes. This is not... You can't avoid that. This is unbelievable, man. Like, I don't know how you're meant to... This is crazy. Is that fire... Is that Potaboo, like, literally inevitable? Bob Fort from memory? It's probably gonna be better than this. This is a disaster. I don't think they know what castle this is. Like right here. Oh, there we go. Okay, so stay to the left. I can avoid it. Oh. Alright, we got through that with a power-up. I like how they have another spike behind them. Like they don't just fall off the ceiling. This is so bad. Come on! Would a screen scroll help? Maybe. Yeah, we can try it. I guess it can spawn the fireballs earlier, but I don't know if it would actually change the pattern. That's not good. That's really not good. Oh. Stop, dude. Oh, why did I do that? Alright, we're invincible. Forget how many tries this has been already. I think maybe I'll screen scroll before the spike section and do this section as is. Never mind. Dream is dead. This is nuts. So brutal. I can't win. Ooh, ooh, there we go. Ooh, now we're talking. Kind of broke the game a bit there. Oh. Where are the Potoboos? Wow, okay, that's nice. That is super helpful. No, please no. Alright. Thank goodness for that. Alright, I have to take a quick bathroom break. We're out of Roy's. I'll be right back, guys. Reset? Why are you saying reset? There should be a bunch of let's goes in the chat. I got nothing. Roy of Castle Number 5 is no more. Mario must now continue his adventure to the delicious chocolate island. Did you find the blue switch? Yeah, because I'm a gamer. And I got the yump. So eat it. Quick trip back, I'll grab a couple capes and then we'll move on. Hopefully it won't be too rough. Got those channel points. That's right, man. One for 4. 25% success rate on the yumps. All right. Can I try and? No, I don't think I can. Probably speedrun this. We can try. No, that's not gonna. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. I bail. Oh, great! Excellent job. What is that? What is going on here? Oh, please! What is this? Alright. I'll do it my way. I wanted to try speedrun strats. It did not go well. Dino Nightmare. Nobody saw that. Choco Island was your favorite world. I'm curious to see... I'm curious to see the levels. Alright, I think I'm just gonna fly. Alright. I'm dreading this. I can't imagine this is gonna go well. But actually, what I will try... Do you think they know about the invisible pipe? No, they don't. I can just go right through. Whoa, what is this? Ah! Okay, interesting. Yo, what's up, Retro? Welcome back. I'm disappointed I didn't win channel points. That's because I got the yump! I got the yump! You gotta believe, Retro, you gotta believe. Bone game. Okay. This is where it gets a little bit interesting. There is no block there. There it is, okay. I need you, Yoshi. Need you. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Oh, this is crazy. Lag! Ah! Excuse. What? What level is this? This is a level. Why is the... What? This is so weird. You've got to be joking. Alright. Backup plan. Can all these dino torches go away? Yo, what's up, Nico?
Normal Mario smile.
Oh, did I hit that on the way up? Thank you for the 14 months, man. I really appreciate it. You're doing good. Very, very normal Mario. Yeah, it's made for memory, yeah. Alright, that should be good. One up for fun. Grab my cape. Say goodbye. How did I like Roy's Castle? Dude. Oh my god, how brutal. They had no idea what Roy's Castle was. You missed the end of Roy's Castle? Are you kidding?! Oh no, I hate this. Oh. My stream of that was like an hour? What, Roy's Castle? It took me several tries. I don't know how many exactly, but it was several. It was like an hour just for Roy's Castle? Oh man, I would have lost my mind. It definitely didn't take me that long. It was maybe 10-15 minutes. But boy, was it brutal. I don't even know. I could be doing this thinking I'm doing the right thing, and it could just be, this is just what it is. Alright. This is the one right here. Go away. Nothing fancy. Go away. Don't talk to me. In before I get killed again. I have a new boss already? What a gamer. Oh, the system's admin was promoted? We have a gaping hole to fill? Great. What is this? Am I 96 exiting? I guess so. I just kind of went with it. What is this? Oh, what is this? Ooh. Ooh, I don't like this. What is this? Ah! Is there a feather? Thank you. Odd Venn diagram of intersections. What is that? Okay. What is this? I'm afraid. I'm so afraid to, like, do anything. Oh no, I'm gonna hate this room. Oh boy, okay. Oh, that's it? Oh, this is way easier than vanilla. Oh, this is so free! What the heck? So often sysadmins don't people. They don't people. That was super free. I'm afraid. I'm gonna regret this. Because there's gonna be the pipes. They're gonna remember the pipes. Okay. Get promoted till you fail. This is so bizarre. This level scares me. I know the pipe took forever, but it's there. You kidding me? Ah. Are you kidding? What? Alright. Okay. One more try. Stay really high. Now I can fall. There we go. First try. Whoa, relax, Mario. Alright. Thank you. Why? What kind of pattern is that? What is that? There's so much wrong there. That's super kind. This is an interesting idea of this fort. Thank you again. This is so lengthy. Back. That level had like 4 capes in it. This is gonna stink, isn't it? Maybe we should scroll. Yikes. One-up factory. Alright, that wasn't so bad. I think the actual level is worse. No? You have to cape it? Great, excellent. Good enough. You see that one-up go into the ground? Alright, here we go. Ah! What is that? Good lord. Oh, free feather. What is this? When does that crusher come down? If I scroll it, will it come? There we go. This is... oh wow, this is crazy. What is this? What is the... holy! This might be worse than the actual castle. What? Are you kidding? Ah! This is nuts. Dude, okay. shoot. This part is nuts. Oh, that is so rough. That's so brutal. And I'm dead. Nice inertia. Ah, I almost had it. Dude, this is so bad. I need a power up there. Okay. No, I ducked. Get it out of the first room. Am I dead? Oh my god, what a gamer. What is this? What actually is this? I can't move! Look at the lag! I can't even move. Wow. Oh, wow. Okay, we're at the end. Good. Thank goodness for that. Not getting tricked. Yeah, let's go. There's a Wendy's restaurant. Ah, my ear's so itchy. Need to take an allergy pill. Alright, we made it out of Wendy's. Wendy O. Koopa of Castle Number 6 has sung her last song to rescue the last of Yoshi's friends and the princess. Mario must now face his greatest challenges yet and embark into Bowser's domain. But before we get there, I'm going to take a break here. When we come back, we will do just that and embark into Bowser's domain. Alright. Let's continue on here into Sunken Ghost Ship. Pretty much the same. I feel you, man. I'm waiting for my controller to reconnect here. There we go. Alright, let's see how the ghost ship looks here. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Oh, okay. This might not go well. We'll have to see. Oh my goodness. Where's the bottom? Oh my gosh. Orb. Holy moly. Sketchy. Thank you, health. All right. Coming in. Coming in hot. All right. Am I gonna know where to go? All right, it's fine. Ah. Ah. No, what is that? Oh, come on. What are you meant to do there? Oh my gosh. How? What is that? What are you meant to do? Do I need a power up so I can deboost that? Oh, brilliant. Oh, what is this? What is this, man? Come on! This is not the level I expected to take this many tries on. This is crazy. What am I meant to do here? There's so much wrong with this. Dude! I'm kind of at a loss here. Alright, can I spawn one coming this way? Here we go. I can't make that. Ah! Where am I supposed to exit the stage? There we go. Holy moly! That was awful. I'm dreading how the next section of this level's gonna go. Wait, what? Is it gonna be easier or harder than the original? This is perfect. I'm very scared. So far, it's easier. But I'm not banking on that. Okay, it was way easier. Yep. That's what that level looks like. Okay. What? What? I'm dead. Okay. At least it gives me a free cape. Oh boy. I'm in danger. I'm dead. Oh, come on. What is that? What? What? Wait, I'm confused. Ah, I didn't like that. I thought that was gonna kill me. Oh, brilliant. Oh, come on. Oh, baby. Let's go. Shoot. Hit him. Ah, I'm in danger. Never panic for a second. Nailed it. This map. Or it's gonna be very weird before you leave. Oh, come on. Oh, for real? I disagree with that hitbox. That timing is terrible. Super has it out for me. Oh, Mario didn't jump. Speedrunning, baby. Cycle skips. I'm already working on the speed run here. Ah, almost had it. Are we winning? Yeah, I think we're doing pretty good. Sure. That's how that goes. Oh, why didn't you spin, you dum-dum? Oh! Isn't there... I thought there was like a power up in here. An easy... There it is. Alright, we're prepared. Let's go. Figure out this ghost house here. I'm a bit afraid of doing anything Crash. Oh, like that. Ah! So I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what they have planned and what they haven't. Alright. I guess it's worth it getting the star. Run, Mario, run. Son of a gun. Oh, okay. Gaming. Thread the needle. Surely. Okay. Ah! What a gamer. I wonder. I might, I don't know, I might screw myself here, but... So far, so good. Nice! Alright. Interesting. I forgot an exit. Ooh, am I gonna need Yoshi? Are you joking? Bro. What is going on? I'm gaming, I think. I don't know. We can't be too sure. Monkey. Ah. Ah. That's BS. Alright, can't believe it's not gaming spray. That. Hi. How are you? I don't even know what to say to that. Oh, please. Oh, I'm dead. Yo, what up, Rocket? Thanks for the good luck. It's not actually Super Mario World. Oh, please. Oh, come on. Whoa! That just bounced me right back. What? Is it Star World time? We're getting kind of close, Retro. This is a blind jump. Oh, great. This level has proven to be way harder than the original. Okay, yeah, I do need Yoshi. No, I'm not going into all 8 Bowser doors. Where's the nearest Yoshi in this? Probably chocolate. Oh, I suppose I could have grabbed a cape here. Combination of every possibility. I was just thinking about doing what I normally do. If you guys want to investigate the other doors for yourself, I can post the link to this hack again. I'll take a 1-up, why not? We're here. That lag! None of this is what you normally do? That's true. One more cape? Why not, while we're here? I guess I could have gotten it a little probably quicker place, but that's... Oh my god, leave me alone. Alright. Let's attempt this again. And hopefully... Please, I don't... If I lose Yoshi, it's gonna be such a trek. Get back. No, 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 no. Oh, what a game here. Ah! Wait a second. Wait a second. How does it want me to... Was there a Yoshi block somewhere? I'm gonna have to try and get enough speed here to... How's this gonna work? Just do that? Is that what it was intended? I don't know if that's what was intended here. Son of a... Ah. Rip. Right there, yep. Who could have guessed that? Who could have foreseen that happening? Rip run. Game too hard earlier, I did. Don't even think about it. Alright, Larry's. Oh shoot, I still gotta go back and do one more exit. Well, two more exits. Oh, this is not gonna be fun. Or is it one exit? It might just be one exit. I gotta see. What is this crap? What is that? Brilliant. I wonder if I can get up. Probably not. Let's just go with this. They don't have a... I don't like this. This is very inaccurate. None of the castles have been even close to accurate. We're gonna wait. I maybe could make that. But I don't know what awaits me on the other end. Where's the snake? Alright, screw it. We're going. Oh my gosh! I don't know if I should have fell down for... See if that was still there or not. Give me the one. Give me the mushroom. Yo, what up, Shorster? Hope you're doing well. See you. I'm dead. I'm gonna check out the exits that I missed real quick. And then come back we're at the end of the road there. Although, shoot. Too late now, we're already going. This map. Camicked. Wait, what? It's down here. It's down here. I never went in. Why do I always do that? There we go. Completely forgot. Again. I always forget. Yoshi, you want to go for a little ride here? See ya, Yoshi. What's up, Yoshi? Some might call that gamering. Thanks, Gecko, for all the GGs. Alright, let's make the trek back again. Some may call it junk, I call it treasure. What I really should have done was just beaten the castle and then gone back and then done Star World. But here we are. We got Yoshi along for the ride, everything's cool. That's not good. It's really not good. Darn. Let's hope we live. So when the snake came back around, it went back down again. So should I wait again? I don't know what it's doing. Oh. What Okay. Where is the closest cave? I didn't get a cape in any. It didn't give me a cape anywhere. The only place that shouldn't have a cape is where the closest cape is. You jump. No cape emotes. I used to have a fly emote, but I disabled it for others. Oh man. I'm wondering if I should take the plunge at the end of this thing here. Did a spin jump. I'm screwed. Son of a gun. What's up, Grim? I think I'll wait for it to come back around a second time. I forgot it would. I forgot it would do that. Didn't all exits playthrough on GBA while I was sick. This is not actual Super Mario World. This is Super Mario World from memory, and it is it is certainly something. So that's why I'm having so much trouble with it. I'm very, very familiar with Super Mario World, but this is not Super Mario World. What's up, Phil? I like how that didn't count. Oh, stay there. Alright, good enough. Eating lunch, nice. Alright, I think I know what I need to do. There we go. That's the one. That should be the one. If you guys want to try it out for yourselves. The beginning of the game is fairly accurate, and then you get to these later stages, and none of the castles have been, like, even really that close. Okay. Alright, 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 alright. Should have expected that. I hate this. This is so rough. Okay, 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 okay. Take me down. Let's go. Let's go! Ooh, baby. Take that. What do you mean? If only I had a cape. Are you not gonna hit? Go, 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 go. I'm in danger. I'm like way too afraid. I know I can... There we go. Don't hit me. I know! Relax! Gaming. Get out of my way. Move, 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 move. How much time we got? Not enough. Watch this. Oh, what a gamer! Who is this guy? Who do you think you are? I am. Game and clutch. Going bowling? One of the best sports courses of all time. Larry Koopa of Castle Number 7 is now just a memory. All that stands between the end of Mario's journey and a nice vacation is Bowser's Castle itself, and Star World and Special World. Speaking of which... Is it mean to laugh? Oh, it's excellent. Alright, 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 alright. Think this through. Okay. We're in good shape. Look at those clouds. Is that? Oh boy. This might not end well. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. Brilliant. Bye. I'm in danger, I'm in danger, I'm in danger. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm in danger. Am I okay? Is there a platform? There should be. Good. Let's go. Rip Yoshi. Don't worry, we'll get... There's more Yoshis where that came from. T. Only here for Star World 3. Why Star World 3? The most boring level. What is this map? Should I? Oh, that's much shorter than I thought. Let's just. I'm not doing anything fancy. Let's see what's up here. Hello? Where's the secret exit? What if they make it 100 times bigger? Okay, there's a secret exit. What is this? Alright. That works. Does anyone run just the post-game heads version? What do you mean? Oh. Now we go over here. Oh, yeah, you have to beat Bowser's Castle. Which, yeah, you would do a 96 exit, and then you would... excuse me, you would, the routing for 96 exit, you beat the castle pretty early. And then... Whoa. You beat the castle pretty early, and then you play the rest of the game in that vein. Oh yeah, Special World. That's what I mean. I'm sorry. Special World. Thank you, Grim. Thanks for correcting me. You beat Special World pretty early, and then you complete the rest of the game. I don't know why I said... Why was I thinking Bowser? God, that's short. I don't even know when to come down. Alright, this is for health. That was fun. I hope you enjoyed that health. I hope it was everything you imagined it would be. I loved it. Let's see if we can make it up there. What is that? Oh no. Oh, it's not even in a block? Cool. Oh no. Oh, I'm dreading this. What is happening? I keep releasing the feather and catching it from my reserve box. Took me so long as a kid to get to the level where the moon is under the chainsaw platform. It is the worst. It is the worst, and it was very strange in this ROM hack. All right, what do we think? I'm very scared of this. That's okay. That's fine. That might not be okay. Okay, what is the situation? Can I... Go away, first of all. Leave me alone. Oh, okay, good. Damn. Can't wait for Tubular. I don't want to talk about Special World. I already hate Special World so much. What is the controls? The controls are weird. That's not how it works. I meant to make him eat the star, but that didn't work. Go. Oh, man. Here we go. Well, this is interesting. Invincibility music is a nice little jazz remix. Some of the music's, yeah, like I like the little sort of almost remix. Easy. Okay. One down. How's it going, Chunk? Did I say hello to you already, Chunk? I did, right? You were here earlier? I can't remember. All the days are blending together. Hopefully I said hello to you. I did? Okay, good. Oh, you jerk! Okay. Well... I could see whether or not there is no... There's no title shell. Well, I've gotten myself into quite the pickle. Okay. This is not gonna be good. This is not good in the vanilla version. It's certainly not gonna be good in this version. It better be you. Uh-oh. Okay. This is interesting. Okay, P-Wing. Sign that man to the Eagles. Bro! I don't know where they put the next balloon. So I don't know. Ah! That just like launched me straight in that piranha plant. That might have been my fault. That might have had something to do with me. Like... Okay, okay. Come on, come on, come on, come on! Gaming? I'm scared. You've gotta be kidding. You've gotta be kidding. Alright. This is the run. See? See? This is not so tubular. I can't cheat my way through it like I can in vanilla because there's no Koopas close enough to eat with a blue Yoshi. Ah. Don't. I'm just a boy. Ah. Please. You don't know what I've been through. Yeah, let's go! C. Support boy from a 4 family. Thanks for the GG. Way cool, Junior. Alright, what kind of garbage do we have here? Give. Oh no, okay. Not sure if it's gonna be good or not good anyway. Why didn't I spin jump? I don't know why I didn't spin jump there. Is there a midway? Caught with no balloon, no escaping from gravity. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Do I have enough? Looks like maybe not. Here we go. Did you ever doubt my gaming abilities, friends? And I'm dead. Oh, the fish. A few fish. That's right. Alright, we'll see if I can pull that off again. Oh! Alright. It's fine, everything's fine. Come on. Wish I had a cape. It's okay, we made it. We're good. We're gaming. That road. Thanks, Yoshi. Really helps the stream. I have. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Huh. Ooh. That's unfortunate. Ah. Bye, Yoshi. Oops. That's not good. Heading into, like, the worst level to be small on. Without a Yoshi or anything to help. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. I need a spring. Whoa, you gotta be kidding! Oh, man. Go, 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 go. Let's run. I'm screwed. Ah, we're so close. What up, Yoshi? No. Not now. Please, not now. That almost pushed me off. Ah! All right. Where is it? Brilliant. You dum-dum. Hey, what up, Caddy? Mario is very interesting. Is it gonna say the thing? It's gonna say you are a gamerer. Yo! Get over here. Brilliant. Nice jump. Ah! Everything is fine and this game is totally normal. Move, 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 move. Hey, welcome in, J Fox. Hope you're doing well. Gimme. You are a gamer. 3 exclamation points. Nice. It's vanilla if you mix it with Mario Maker. I'm assuming nothing like the vanilla game. It is wild, Caddy. Yay! Only one thing left to do, ladies and gentlemen. Only one thing left to do. I love that it's off-center. Sad I'm missing it. It is wild, Caddy. This is really interesting. Alright. When we come back, we will take on Bowser. I really have to go to the bathroom. Sorry, guys. Alright, I'm back. The real question is, could you map out this game from memory? Yeah. I know it really well. It would probably end up like this. I mean, it's such a hard task to do it completely from memory. But I think I would definitely get some things a little more accurate than. But I'd probably get some other things more inaccurate. Watching someone run Phasmophobia. I've not heard of that. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Can I do it? Do you think I can still do it? I'll give it one more shot. Nah, I can't get it. What is this? Excellent. No Potaboos. Oh, is this gonna be a mistake? Thwomps? I'm dead. I'm actually dead. What is this? What is this room? Maybe we'll try door 7. I might try door 7 instead. Horror game where you have to catch ghosts, have meters. Have meters, headlamps, candles, ghost boxes. Sometimes you get them, sometimes they get you. Look like a blast though. Even have an item of the monkey's paw. Alright, door 2 was fine. No! Okay, we're fine. I got it first try there. Let's try door 7. That's literally impossible. You can't do it there. I maybe could have done it on the way back. Okay. Okay. This is not so bad. Okay. Oh, wow. That is way off. Why am I trying speedrun strats when I don't know what the levels look like? What's wrong with me? Do you think the Bowser fight is the same? Oh, this is interesting. Oh, that's it. Okay. Let's go. Here we go. I have no idea if the Bowser fight is going to be the same or not. But we can try. I couldn't even take off. This music is kind of dope. This kind of slaps. I thought my game crashed. What is going on? It can't handle it. Stop! Why is it doing that? That's not me doing anything. That's the game. Did I get it? Let's go, dude! Stop! Not literally stop. Stop stopping. Stop! Why are you doing that? Gosh. Let's go! Pog! Pog! We did it! Oh, I'm gonna hold up. Oh, well, thanks for the GGs, guys. Mario's quest is finally over. Mario, the princess, and Yoshi are going to take a vacation. I was here. You were here. Slash moment. Bowser fight was a little jank with all the pausing, but I got second and third phase skips, so that was fun. Yeah, imagine having moments. There, Mario's going crazy for you guys. No, I still don't have moments. I don't know why I keep checking. Alright, jam out. Everybody jam. Do you think we missed any exits? We gotta check the file when we're done. See if we missed any exits. I'm very impressed. Genuinely. That was a lot of fun. And I'm super impressed. Some of the levels were way off, which made it really interesting to play. But most of it was... like, I think they did a really good job. 95 exit? No thanks. I think I still have it here. If anybody wants to try it out, that should be the link there. It's called Super Mario World From Memory. Or remade from memory. What was a dancing niche? Oh yeah, yeah, it's like the RIP animation from Zelda. We did it, guys. We did it. Now just sit back and enjoy the music for a little bit. I really liked the music in the Bowser fight. Boop, 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 boop. It's the Blue Santa throwing hammers. 1 in the chat if I got all the exits. 2 in the chat if I missed any exits. What do you guys think? I think I missed an exit, Grim. I'm a little scared. I'm kind of scared that I may have missed something. Prediction. I could do a very quick prediction. 1 minute prediction. One minute prediction, okay? 1 minute. Get him in now! Do it now! If you had a Yoshi to ride, just one color, what would you pick? From the game, Blue Yoshi. Blue Yoshi's the best. It's also maybe the most pleasing color, but it's also the most useful. But if I just had like a pet Yoshi, I would want a purple Yoshi. 1 minute prediction. Get your Johns in. Do it now. Who believes? Who believes that I know my Super Mario World as well as the people who made this hack? There they are. There's all the Koopas. Koopas! The end. Yeah, the music stopped early. Alright, submissions are closed, I think. Should be closed. Let's go! He knows his Super Mario World. Maybe Purple Yoshi is a swimmy one. We did it, guys. We 96 exited it. I would recommend it if you guys like Super Mario World and you're familiar with the game. This is an interesting challenge. The hardest level in the game was easily Roy's Castle. My brother had even popped in at one point and asked me how Roy's Castle went. I was like, it was pretty bad, and he said he was stuck on it for an hour. That's going to be, I think, the worst level. It was not made familiar at all. But it was a lot of fun. It was super interesting. This was let me credit the people who made this. It just says various authors. Well, I don't know the various people who contributed to this, but thank you. It was a lot of fun. I would recommend that you guys check it out and see how good you are. Maybe I should have timed myself, but that was interesting. I think that's gonna do it. I was gonna check out other ones, but honestly, I think I might just take the rest of the day for myself here. So I think I'll call it there. Run it back. No, you. You run it back. All right. Yeah, let's call it a day. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, or night, whatever time it is, wherever you may be. Take care. Have a great weekend. Thanks for watching almost Super Mario World with me. And I'll catch you guys hopefully next week. Take care, everybody. Bye. I love you. Bye.